Encode your DNA. Define your genetic structure. Choose a genetic resilience. Choose your first style. Pick your main color. Choose your detail color. Pick a class, Psy-Freak. Deadeye, Mercenary. Deadeye. Commando. Psy-Freak. Saboteur. Sentinel. Mercenary. Mercenary chosen. That'll work. Here's somebody with a troubled past, drawn into the spotlight of a story that's already begun. We're already at a crossroads. Choosing a path in life is that fork in the road where you make a choice or simply stop living. But for you, it's not only a crossroad, but a choice. A reflection of your key, the primal energy that flows through everything.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the dark side of you. Your inner voice, to be precise. An echo of the balance and consequence of your actions as you move forward.
Can't believe you'd choose that thing over me. But I'll be here waiting for you when you have a change of heart.
That thing? I'm right here. Let me remind you, we're two halves of the same. With the difference being I'm the better half.
Better half? My way is both better and brighter. Light makes it easier to see the best end.
The best end is the one you decide yourself. And it seems we're headed in the right direction.
guess left can be right sometimes. Stories of death and the bodies left behind, a reminder that we're at the mercy of nature and the one that preys on others. Do you remember the beast that shattered your family, or did you choose to forget? You turned your back on our world and got lost in your own. Meanwhile, the predator only grew stronger. Better make a run for it. This is not the time nor place to end this story. This time, it was best to run and live to fight another day. Let us hope you're ready for it when it comes. The predator isn't the only threat. The wildlife started to mutate when the end of days began, and the tree of life started to die. The oil sludges everywhere. To most, it only means death, but some have adapted to the new environment and changed with it. Evolution has its ways. Wow! Right between the eyes. What a blow! Pow! Crack-a-doodle. Look, an emergency box from the once was. A rare sight. pipe looks weak. The claw bar should come in handy. Whoa! It's time to find a way out of this place. No, really, I mean it. The morks produce biomatter in their multi-organ that they shed under distress. Blobs that affect the cellular coding strands of any living being when absorbed, including you. Sharp steel. That paid off. It's in your grasp. Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. But was it too late? It is only from the flight logs of the single ark they left behind that we know other arks traveled through the sky and beyond. It seems those that came before us never lost hope in finding a new home for their kind. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There are few records of the chain of events that led to the big apocalypse eons ago, but it's clear the world wasn't prepared for how recklessly the Toxanol Corporation would make its mark on the world. Their rare earth mining and nuclear industries generated tons of waste, and without consideration for the future, they dumped it all in landfills until they ran out of space. That's when they made the big mistake. They began dumping the toxic waste in the surf just off the coast instead, assuming that it would sink and decay with time. And they were right, but no one was prepared for what was about to unfold. Once in the surf, the radiation interfered with the genetics of the wildlife and created bizarre mutations in their offspring. It had an inconceivable impact on biodiversity and the entire ecosystem. The world as they knew it crumbled as nature retaliated. It would never be the same again, and what remained of it became ours. sound of spark metal going pew-pew is never a good thing. It's coming from behind that door. A warning label. The box looks like a potential brain melt. It's going to take a bit of puzzling to short-circuit the door. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There you go. The wheeled one is outnumbered. You'd better help him out. Took care of it. One down soon. Put an end to it. That's the last of them. Let's talk to the wheeled one before backup arrives. Small things for your big ideas. He wants to thank you for taking his side against the scavengers. He sounds familiar. You just can't figure out why. He presents himself as out of date. He knows he's way overdue, but he hasn't given up. He doesn't seem surprised that you don't recognize him. You were just a child back then, the night everything changed. There have been rumors of a one-eyed Ronin seen outside the Great Wall, and he's happy to see it's true. The legend of the one-eyed child that grew up as an outcast is old and sad. The child could have been anyone, but the evil it had fled had left a mark. It's a scar you're covering under that eye patch, isn't it? But he would have recognized you anyways. You look exactly like your Muma. There's no doubt you're the child, and that what Lupa Lupin did to your village, your Muma and Popsy, was the beginning of the end. He says it has taken you a long time to bring the past back up to the present, to find your way back, but he's grateful you have. It was after the attack that the unity fell apart. Your Muma's disciples divided and formed tribes as a reaction to the blight that had fallen upon the land. The impending threat of the world-eaters bringing down the Tree of Life is ever so close. He also worries about the Jagni tribe that's actively working for a doomsday and purging of the world.
Yalawawatnau, Kim Hobe, Bekuku, Hifad, Muk.
Had it not been for the Tree of Life, no one would have survived. He hopes you at least remember the tree. Asks if you were tired, as it's a bit of a hike here from the village. He wonders if your Mooma knows you are here. You're such a good child, so you probably did. Even the young forget. He understands why you came all the way out here, to see them, the potato people. The potato people, or Nono, are a wonder, somehow interlinked with this little tree here fueling its source of life. You might be right. Like potatoes, they're packed with energy, an excellent source of ki. The Nono prefer to hide in glitter grass. He says you should get over there and ruffle it. See if you can make one come out of hiding. You found one. You should be proud. They don't come out for everyone. The Nono's ki energy is just what the Pensai needs to complete its cycle and grow into a tree of life. Only time will tell. At least his intention is to dedicate his life to it. He has the feeling the fate of the world depends on it. You'll need to support the tree for a long time to come. The only way it'll grow tall is with the burst of ki released from the Nono as they become one with the tree. You'll need a net to catch the Nono, and he wants you to use his, but asks you to be gentle. The Nono are sensitive beings, an embodiment of ki, the primal energy. You handle that net like you've never done anything else. He's impressed. He's grateful for all the help he can get. There's lots of Nono out there that need to be guided to the roots of the Pensai tree. They're hiding in the glitter grass that mostly grows deep inside damp caves, where they draw mineral from the natural rock. One day, he hopes the tree will have grown tall enough to sustain the world. But today, your focus is getting this one to become one with the tree. Now that you've seen the Nonno's connection with the tree with your own eyes, you have no reason to doubt. From this day on, he'll make nurturing the Pensai into a tree of life, a life goal, not only for our village's sake, but for all of us, everyone. One day, the land won't be as peaceful. Not even your Muma will be able to protect us. You can already see the effects from how reckless those before us acted, and unless something changes, we're doomed. The land won't survive the side effects of the old world's industrial advances. He says you'd better hurry back to the village before your Muma comes looking for you. You did good here today. No, she's got lots on her mind and needs rest after the raid last night on the Lupin camp with her disciples. Wonders if they let the Predator family live or not. He lost you there for a while, but no memory is alone. It's part of a trail you can follow. He says he remembers every single day he devoted to growing the Tree of Life, but now he's afraid it might be in vain. The tree started to die when the end of days begun, and it wasn't long after that that the world-eaters arrived. The genetic evolution that occurred after the apocalypse that Toxanol Corporation inflicted on the land set the world-eaters' DNA into overdrive. His friend Gizmo is working on a Mekton and needs help defeating the Jumbo Puff at the end of the West Route. Wiz is still repairing his octopod to confront the Merc Puff that dwells deep down under the surface at the end of the Northwest Route. Noko has tamed the Majut and is preparing to take on the Hoof Puff at the end of the East Route. Finally, Goop is almost done with the Googlide, a machine able to ride the waves of the surf all the way out to the Porky Puff at the end of the route to the southeast. Out of Date says his friends are gearing up to stop the World Eaters. There's one at the end of each route. The road ahead won't be easy, but he's counting on your support. His friends aren't strong enough to end this on their own. He wants you to understand that you'll all die if the tree isn't saved. His friends have prepared something specific for each World Eater. The Mekton, the Octopod, the Majut, and the Googlide are almost ready to ride. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters. You're getting the hang of it. Quickest way out is through the roof where they came in, and the rope looks strong enough to climb. Know that the Tree of Life is dying. Its days are numbered. Without help, it can't endure the environmental change and assault from the world-eaters. A signpost maps it out for the cartographically challenged. Let's see. Must be the world-eater that chewed off Out-of-Date's leg. You'll need a hat trick to bring that down. The world-eaters have made their marks on our world over time. That's not the first nor the last village it'll leave in its wake. Look, a survivor. Glad to see someone made it out alive. He's heard the stories about the terror inflicted by the world-eaters to other enclaves, but never expected one to come all the way here. He worries there won't be much left to save if this continues, even if the Tree of Life survives the attack. He doesn't know what your connection is to this place, but something tells him you've stayed true to your heart. Anyway, he needs help and says it's by your actions you'll be judged, not by your intentions. He's grateful for that. You still seem to have a spark of light in you.
That's a spark of light in you!
That's right. Smack that spark out before it starts.
You don't have to be so harsh. It's such a little spark.
Now take it out now while it's small.
There's always another spark.
There's Out-of-Date again. He must have missed something important. Out-of-Date says you will make a better stand against the world-eaters with the support of a tribe, and there are two nearby. The Myriad tribe is likely to be a good match as they act on the understanding of the greater good and have a code of honor. Regardless of who you choose, it won't be easy, as the conflict between the tribes is worse than ever, teetering on the brink of war. The Myriad's conviction to stop the World-Eaters began when the Leviathans rose from the depths of the surf. Siding with the Myriad's movement for wholeness in a fragmented world might seem like the logical thing to do, but is it the right thing? One thing's certain, though. Destiny arrives all the same. The Jagni tribe only ever had one conviction: to bring balance to the world by wiping out the weak. They believe a cleansing is necessary to restore the world, and want to let the world-eaters bring down the Tree of Life. But siding with Jagni isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fate will find a way.
Vunko Vuntur.
Out of Date says someone needs to break the stalemate and shift the balance of power to either Jagni's or Myriad's side.
Ya you maua. Boyobut. Poigatawa.
He believes the tribe's Sifus, Myriad especially, will listen to you and expects you to pay at least one of them a visit and play your part.
Toledrea. Ya maoloa.
Myriad is convinced that defeating the World-Eaters is the only way the world can be saved, but they've been forced to focus on their rivalry with the Jagni tribe.
Atu wamawa. Farfarifto. Tuka kubu.
Out of Date will be waiting for you beneath the Tree of Life if you lose track of what you need to do.
Ba no yuan.
Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World-Eaters. Another fork in the road. It's either the tunnel or the motor bridge. What'll it be? It's unusual that natural tunnels like this still exist. Most of them got flooded. Chop it up. This area was beautiful before the tribe war began. Look at it now. It's a war zone. That's the Myriad tribe's fortress. Will they be friends or foe? You should head up there. That way you'll know. It's a beaten path to that door. If you go there, you'd better make an entrance. Says they're wary of strangers. They're at war. Says the Sifu gets to choose who sees the Sifu, but he'll let you give it a try.
Sibi? Lappanen aginkanman. Keratna fal hutut mustugai la wute.
The Myriad tribe act on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. They believe uniting the tribes is the only way to restore the peace. The Sifu is convinced that defeating the world-eaters and saving the Tree of Life is the only way to make the world a better place. He welcomes you to the Myriad Fort and introduces himself as the tribe's Sifu. But he was hoping you'd show up. The news of a vigilante Ronin on crusade crossing the Great Wall through the crack in Bunker 101 has preceded you. He heard you took out-of-date side against the scavengers in Bunker 101. It seems you believe in helping your next, and that's something you have in common. He's convinced you've returned for a reason, and is glad you chose to come here. There's something about your spirit that sparks memories of you as a kidling. He can still sense you're kind-hearted. The Sifu says sometimes one memory can make another come to life. He hasn't thought about your Muma for ages, even though she taught him a lot. He was one of the original Wang Fu disciples. Your Muma invented Wang Fu. Originally, it consisted of unarmed combat and the 6 weapons: the boomerang, the shuriken, the bow, the staff, the nunchuk, and the hook and chain. The Sifu says it's time to set the past aside, at least for now. Unrest is sweeping the land, and there are rivals in all directions. Myriad wants unity between the tribes. Their goal is understanding of the greater good and establishing a code of honor. If you believe there's some good in everyone, there's still hope for tomorrow. You'll unite the tribes and defeat the world-eaters to save the Tree of Life. He was hoping you'd join them. You understand that there's no harm in doing good to others. The Sifu was waiting for something to tip the balance in their favor, and with you by their side, he's confident you can unite the other tribes. The one you should coerce first is the Jagni tribe. The Myriad were placed here to fulfill a certain purpose, chosen to unite the tribes and take control of their destiny. The tribes need a firm hand guiding them into the future. Their kin have run out of options and found themselves backed into a corner. Even those who desire peace have been forced to prepare for war. They might bring them war, but they'll never take away their inner peace. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. You both have gentle minds, so they want to wage a gentle war. A war that bonds as much as it breaks.
Gelen denken vuotneja. Whatever. Mulle kan frifgelf.
Tells you not to be afraid. Your fate cannot be taken from you. Claim the rival outposts and earn the right to wield the tribe weapon.
Gine affirma katano shubbudu.
Once you've dealt with the rivals' outposts, you'll challenge their Sifu to unite their tribe with yours and let your kin share land again.
Sibi?
They passed the point of no return as their words lost power and see no other way forward than using violence to combat violence.
Gela wala click click.
Seeing you brings back his memories of the old village.
Porote nats plats.
Myriad wants unity between the tribes. Their goal is understanding of the greater good and establishing a code of honor.
Pro plats karap la wute.
He remembers your kind and unselfish soul and can sense you still have it in you, the will to do good.
Karap la wute.
Anyway, the memories you make with your family are strong and can sometimes come to life. Passing the old village on your way to the first rival outpost might help.
Gela wach karap la wute.
Even though it's now a different place from a different time, it is a place that'll make you remember. Guess you still want more than that. Better beware, that's a mump up ahead. They were hit hard by evolution, the wonky ones especially, deformed and unfurled. Not much left of that one. Grin and bear it. Oh, think what you could do. Time is lost on this place, but it evokes a tingling sensation. There's something special about it, drawing you closer. Let's see. As time passes, memories fade, and sometimes feelings change. It's not about who you were, it's about who you'll become. This story is far from over. Echoes of a long-lost past, like whispers in the wind. Here's someone who takes each day as it comes. He asks how you are today. Goop wants you to make it a priority to come looking for him whenever you're feeling down. He'll make you smile. He wonders where you've been. He hopes you've been out at the lake, practicing your swimming technique. Goop says some choose to be lonely because no one understands what they're going through. If that's you, he'll try to help you if you let him. He thinks you should really know how to swim by now. Knowing how to swim won't solve life's hard problems, but at least one of them won't be drowning. He says that wasn't too bad, was it? Way to go. Don't let the sound of the waves drown out your spirit. But you need practice. Lots of practice. He's sure you'll have to face the consequences of that sooner or later anyway. You just need more time in the surf. That's the only way you'll ever learn how to swim. He won't let anyone know you can't swim. He assumes that's what you meant. Judging by your Mooma's look, it seems you forgot something. You promised you'd train with her before the sun goes down. It's time to go. You know you can't make up for lost time. You should know, practice makes perfect. She says nobody is perfect. That's why you practice. She'll see you at the village square. She understands, but sometimes you need to do what you have to and not what you want to. Here's another familiar face with lots on his mind. Asks how you're feeling today. Being nice comes easy for him. That doesn't make it less important. He was hoping you could help him pick up some scrap for a thingamajig he's working on. It's your own future you're risking by not caring for the environment. The next generation will pay for the mistakes of the last. You should look for things that are recyclable. It shouldn't take you too long to find some. He wonders what usefulness you found. Sometimes he's an expert, but sometimes he just does what's right. He can work wonders with almost anything and asks if you know how to upcycle. But that's his point, to take something useless, change it, and put it to good use again. He'd love to teach you to upcycle, and the scrap you found would be a good start. You did well, but he can't help but wonder why you decided to craft a weapon. He believes being considerate will help you feel at peace with yourself. He understands, but hopes you won't be needing it anytime soon. You're not in this world to live up to his expectations, but he hopes you're never going to have to use that weapon of yours. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this. It looks like she's starting to lose her patience. You know she doesn't like waiting for you. She wants to see you on the village square right away. Then you've got a good excuse. You share a responsibility to prevent hardship on nature and the environment. It's your future. She wants you to grow up and start thinking for yourself. You really need to find yourself before she's gone. She says it's not only about this moment and where you were going. You have to find yourself first, then everything else will follow. You've always followed your own path, but this time she needs you to follow her.
Kalino?
She wants you to understand that whatever path you choose in life, you must stay true to yourself. They look determined. Better watch out. He asks you to stop right there and wonders where you think you're going. He's not scared of anything, least of all you. There's no way they'll let you pass. He wants to know who you think you are. He says you're right. Nobody can tell him what he can and can't do, and that includes you.
Can't see.
She asks if you're hurt. What happened?
Kalino?
She's there for all disciples. That's her commitment as Sifu, and when she needs them, they're there for her and each other.
Taifanana numa?
The most important thing is that you're okay.
Pial tu ma.
It's time to focus on your training now.
Kanyala no toro. Urasa durut.
She suggests that you forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them more. Here's someone close to heart, doing what he does best. Seeing you always puts a smile on your Popsy's face. He wants to know how you're feeling. He knows growing up is hard, and things will continue to go wrong as you become older and figure out how to make them right. He asks if you could help him too before you leave for training. He'll leave the quick part to you. You're the martial artist, after all. He suggests you get going and find him gadgets and ideas for how you can upcycle some old fabrics. He's curious to see what you've found. He's gathered so much over the years, and it's hard to remember everything. Nothing's wrong with his memory. It's just short. He can work wonders with pretty much anything, and asks if you know how to upcycle. Thinks some are and some aren't. One thing's for sure, though, your Mooma thinks it all takes up too much space in the house. He says it's about time you learned how, and offers to teach you, starting with the scrap you found. The style might be too edgy for his taste, but it looks sharp on you. He can see the rebel in you. You're like your Mooma in that way, always choosing your own path, even if it might lead you to peril. You should take it with you, wear it to practice. He's sure your Mooma will forgive you for not wearing the traditional outfit. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this.
Antoro.
Your Mooma says it's about time you got here.
Rumblele marsamawundu.
Says being on time would be better yet.
Masama. Inadabsunka.
She says she is eager to get started. You don't have much time left before the sun goes down.
Tropalo. Kialdo male canarotono.
But there's enough time left for repetition, and you need it. Training dummies don't hit back.
Puri kumbalamua.
Wants you to prove that with some practice first.
Pala.
Your Mooma says you did well today. She's so proud of you.
Puri kumbalamua.
You should just keep working and you'll do well.
Inyavaldo pendrine senema.
Been working on a present for you, with the help of Gizmo and Wiz.
Asadurutu. Asilnatu.
You should go see him and find out what it is. You've deserved it.
Pala.
Says he's always thought so well of you, just like her. Catchy.
Tatenko baba sakting.
Your Mooma says she's never seen an apparatus as green as this little thing. It's wonderful.
Tropalo.
She's happy you appreciate what others do for you.
Tukonda. Puri kumbalamua.
A piece of Scraptronics like this has built-in old-world tech that makes it a potent communication device.
Monibasa.
It's called an automaton, and it's hardwired to your DNA. It'll follow wherever you go and see whatever you see.
Volakamono rutna.
You should think of it as watching over you when she can't.
Sanna yote.
Your Mooma says you look tired. No wonder. It's been a long day.
Dere.
Everything ends, both good and bad. Rest, and you'll find strength for tomorrow. Nothing could stop Luca Lupin from setting the world on fire. Your Mooma urges you to blaze a trail. A burnt kidling will learn to dread fire. That's just adding fuel to the flames. Give it a last burst and you'll make it.
Masana.
Your Muma says this is it. The time has come. She must fight Lupa Lupin. This time there's no escape. She can hear him coming.
Bolakut Drova.
There's nowhere to run to this time. The time has come to stand and fight.
Kialduma le Canorutum Amu.
Whatever happens, you need to know she loves you. And everything she's done has been to protect you, your Popsy, and those she was chosen to lead.
Baby.
She tells you to stay back. This is her fight. It has nothing to do with you. History has finally caught up with her.
Kala Amora Kapapum.
She loves how brave you are, but she can't be worrying about you while she fights. This is her fight. Here it comes. The past coming to haunt the present. You must go through fire and water to make it out of here. Your Muma says you can make it if you believe in it. Where she goes, you go. Blood is thicker than water. You're in deep surf. Don't make waves. The surf goes where it wants to go. It'll take you to the shore as long as you go with the flow. Death is not to be feared by one who has lived life with a pure heart. A part of her will live on in you. The creature is hungry for more. Nothing is going to stand in its way now. If a sacrifice is made for someone else, it's not lost, but passed on to the next. Life must go on. Real sacrifice comes from love and necessity when all other options are exhausted. The ultimate test of conscience is the willingness to give up anything to save what you truly care about. What you do for yourself dies with you. What you do for your kin remains and makes you immortal in their memory. As the moment fades and is lost, the only thing that remains is loneliness. It doesn't mean you'll forget your past. It simply means you need to move on. Good for protecting your noggin. That's sure to be useful. Small parts with great value. The tribe's caught a fluffy hulk. Better watch out, it's no pet. They couldn't keep it down. Fluff hulk's on the loose. You gave them no choice but to take it down, even though they'd planned to take the fluff hulk out to the far Fnacky leaves and let it go. They've received news a Ronin had strengthened their ranks and were looking forward to meeting you.
Dola sumala me, dola su.
A group of myriad crusaders already headed out to Jagni's Mercadorpus outpost and are waiting for you there.
Manuginyaku.
You should hurry there and help them best the outpost.
Anupupano dekiji ki nukipa.
You complete them. From this point on, the myriad is unbroken. Look, an emergency box from the... Wow, bet that nut makes a tight fist. Tunnels like this still carry echoes from the past. Can you hear it? Carving it up. Cutting edge. That notice board? Filled with the leftovers of used-to-be wants. You're getting close to one of those old Toxanol brick towns. Pay attention. The Toxanol Corporation made this place, and then just threw it away when they were done with it. Toxanol never cared about the waste, as long as they didn't have to pay to clean it up. There must be a track somewhere in this brick town. Just hope it's not buried. Be careful. You found the whereabouts, the deepest, darkest forest in the land, sometimes hard to see for all the trees. That's the good stuff. Keep at it. About time you found some clothes. That's a Jagni tribe outpost. Let's see. Says it's time to set the outpost free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to the rival captain. If you can, you should try to convince the captain to give up the outpost and join your cause. They're ready to enter the outpost when you are. Every step you take towards your end goal will bring you closer to a better world. Here's the first line of defense. bomb lobber. That hit the spot, wrecked it. Whirly wheel works that drain pipe. Spin the twirly wheel and open that drain. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Everything's clocking together. Could be this key. Keep going. That cage is holding a helper. They never lost hope you'd come, but weren't sure if they'd last long enough to see it. Says the tribe's been hard on them. Won't hesitate to carve out some revenge on those who hurt them. A sharpshooter. The scaffolding looks unstable. Better stay clear of the red ray. Here's the second line of defense. Red means danger. Timber. Bet a big bump will bring it down. Switched off the light. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it. Then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks slowly. Shoot it and watch it blow. Not too close, though. Kaboom! You're in. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You've earned the privilege of carrying the tribe's weapon. Figures the honor belongs to the tribe, too. Outerdate says he's doing his best to keep up, but from what he can tell, it seems you're making progress with the tribe conflict.
Iboda kelmo yuba tuluwawa.
He had a feeling you'd get along with the Myriad tribe, but it remains to be seen what the future holds for your alliance.
E bubuko von vunvun. E vunko tu buvun.
You seem to share the same values as the Myriad tribe. You both have the same optimistic outlook on life. At least, for now.
Papa mofubak iboda kelmok.
But Out-of-Date emphasizes that solving the tribe conflict won't matter unless you help make a stand against the world-eaters. That doesn't sound good. Out-of-Date's forebodings are justified. The jumbo puff needs to be taken care of.
E bubuko von vunvun mok bebok.
He says the time has come to confront the jumbo puff at the end of the west route.
Mok bebok.
Gizmo is working on making his mekton strong enough to endure the oxygen-deprived dead zone all the way out to the World Eater.
Tolomawawanya.
You should get over there and see what you can do to help. Tough as iron. that. Wonders how you could be so amazing when you were so quiet as a kid. Wouldn't be surprised if you met again. This story is as powerful as you'll let it be. Cat. The Scanaptrut outpost. The Jagni tribe first nested here long ago. Let's see. Says they've been waiting for you to help them liberate the outpost. They've scouted the outpost while they were waiting and suggests you have a look at what they found before entering. Says scouts spotted a moth nest close to the outpost. If you destroy that, the moths should infest the place, looking for a new home. That's the idea. If everything works out as planned, the moths should cause a buzzing tumult. That's going to leave a mark. You're maybe not sure you want to leave. Just get to it and destroy it. Shot through. Feeling fierce. What a blow! Slash and dash. Nice work. No more moth's nest. There go the moths toward the outpost. They're good and mad. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job capturing the rival's second outpost. You've earned the privilege of wearing the tribe's colors.
Galavone.
Believes you'll make them all proud, too. The hours fly by in the dark. Let's see. That's a resource totem, a monument left behind by those that picked scrap, trying to keep the area clean. Yes, some e-waste for you. There's a monolith right there. Keep your eyes out for Nono. Of course, at night there's no shadow. Or it's all shadow, you know what I mean. It's not slippery. There's a serenity about this spot. It's a place for... Didn't quite get that sunbright lined up right. You got it dialed in. See where that light leads. Take a moment to absorb the day. This area is blazing hot. You'd better have something that'll keep you cool if you're going in. Found a motor juice station. Still the best place to search for go juice. Just follow that beam over to the scribble stone. Can't miss it. Oh, check out the scribble stone there. Wonder what's behind it. There are places up ahead far worse than this. Glitter grass. Smells like a nono nest, doesn't it? Should have gone for a bigger size. Now you can focus, blasting everything from hits. There are things out there waiting for you. Oh no! Rain! That's a gnote. Easy prey for Lupin. For everyone else, they're a perfect mount and easily tamed if they are kept fed. Find us a sunset to ride into. This area is biocontaminated. It's really hazardous. It's Bionucleus 6D. Hopefully there's nothing active inside. Thinks you like Lobo. She's an adventurer, just like you, and an inventor too. Understands you have other places you need to go. Give it a little kick. Earth Outpost. The Jagni tribe claimed this forever. We all share the same destiny, destruction or survival. Let's see. There's the tyrant who runs this outpost. He didn't expect his tribe to lose, as they're the ones that are ruthless. But now that you're working with their rival, he can see why. To fight for what you stand for isn't a fight he'll give up. It's a fight to the end. It's their last line of defense. Once their guardian falls, they'll surrender. Outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Thinks you did a great job capturing the rival's third outpost, and believes the rival is weak enough to engage them at their fort. They all hope you can lead them to peace. Don't distract this beastie. It's working. You could have missed this village. It's called Clump. Says there's no chance of survival if the world eaters are left alone. Understands you have other places you need to go. Offers you extraordinary prices for extraordinary things. Says you came to the right place. They only stock products of the finest quality. Green in the bank. A deal to be proud. Asks you to check. Whatever you do, do it right, or don't. Shopkeeper claims you won't be able to. Suggests you take it easy. You won't strike a good deal here if you're in a hurry. Always a deal to be made. Fair and square. Shopkeeper claims you won't be able to find. You're one with the Myriad tribe in terms of karma. However, when an element is overemphasized, the natural harmony... Wonders why you can't see how pointless all your efforts are. Talks about how it didn't used to be so dark at night. The end of the world means the end of light, too. Without light to guide the way, they keep getting lost out on the goo. Could you restart the Lumen Tower so they can find their way at night again? Claims it's out on the coast, so they can see it from the goo, of course. Says to head toward the goo and look up at the sky. Can't miss it. Once you find the Lumen Tower, climb inside and get the lights started back up. Easy, right? Can't wait until they can glide the goo by night again. Says they'd all love you for it. Time to get a move on before all your chances slip on by. This corner of the world is called Anywhere, which is maybe why Click calls it home. This fellow seems shocked to see you. He's heard about you, but figured you didn't have the guts to do what must be done to survive till the end of the world. Agrees that's obviously true. Figures someone like you must be willing to do anything to stay alive, just like him. Now that you got this far, though, which way will you go? Are you really tough enough to see this through to the end? Or will you turn tail and run when the end finally comes? Guesses the end is coming either way. When there's nothing but a bad storm rising, it's ride or die. Asks you to think of the world like a set of locks. Every time you do something, you decide whether to open one or not. Would you go back and open different ones now? Better than what? Maybe things have to get worse first. The world seems like it's starting to heal. How pointless. Appears to him like you've been wasting your time trying to fix the unfixable. Can't understand why you work with the Myriad. Someone needs to lock them up. No, they're so good, so righteous and worthless. You look like you'd be a fun lock to pick. Says back in the days no one locked anything, but that's changed. Locking yourself in and others out is his key to survival. He keeps his business low-key, but for the right person, he's willing to unlock secrets from the back then. The gears mesh well between you. It'll be easier for both. Says that's the right way to ask that question. Think of yourself first. Click says his key to success is metal, and judging from what he's heard about you, you're handy with metal too, literally. If you charged a bar of metal at a Toxanol zap station, he could forge it into the palm of your hand. That would help your clonk fist beat new paths into the future. Just flip the switch of a generator that produces superheated, glowy air and get on it when the lightning charge forms. Simple, right? Thinks the biggest risks come with the best rewards. Time to ride. A shopperia. Maybe there's something still inside. Didn't expect to see that again. It's a bleep-bleep cupboard. It had no other use than fun-thinking time, which never gets... Seems that the knobs need to be aligned so the device can load its program. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Should you stay, or should you go now? can make so many amazing things out of wood scrap. It's the chug yard. The dark's good for sneaking up on things. The board mainly has posts from those that used to work at the chug yard back in the days gone. They don't make much sense these days. Not much more to say about the board, but Gizmo is holed up in the underyard here working on that Mekton of his. The Toxanol Corporation used to run chugger-chuggers out of here, big machines on rails with smokestacks that fouled the air. They can carry you anywhere you like, well, anywhere that they go to, and then you can leg it from there. You're on the right track. Keep your eyes open. This box once tailed a chugger-chugger. Now it's just off track. Look at that, right in the chug yard. Follow the rails and you'll find all sorts of little treasures scattered all over the place. Of course not, but they get you closer to wherever you might want to go. Good work finding that track. They can teach you so much about the world. Keep looking for more. Well placed. Tribes always scavenging for scrap, and the yard has plenty to go around. But they should have stuck to looting instead of playing around with sprockets. got what he deserved. Bomper Bonker's busy ram-banging the door. This is your chance. Let's see. Heroes make for the best stories. It's up to you if you want to be one. Yes, you can do anything. The sky's the limit. Now, let's take this back to Earth. Wow, you really took that all the way down to the end, in flames. It's a wonder some of these up and downs still work. Guess they built machines better in the past. The spent nuclear fuel that Toxanol dumped in the surf had detrimental effects on the marine habitats, while the overflowing landfills contaminated the groundwater. Combined, this sent their world hurtling on an inevitable road to ruin. I need to brush up on my Wando, but I have a feeling he believes it was you that caused the bang at the yard. Oh, and he says he knows you. You used to call him Gizmo. He gave you the oil-greased hands when he taught you how to upcycle. Gizmo remembers you as a nice kidling, and he can still sense the warmth of your good heart. But Gizmo says how you experience a memory can be different. You know the story, but sometimes the truth it brings is personal. He hopes you remember that one time he taught you to upcycle, and hopes you've had some use for it over the years. Gizmo says he also has re-memories from the long gone, but unlike you, he doesn't think of the past, for it's gone. He understands history made Lupa Lupin a big part of your past, your present, and soon, your future. You still believe there's some good in everyone. You still have hope for tomorrow. He says you should know that what's meant to be will always find a way, but history shouldn't consume you. Gizmo encourages that. You should forgive, but never forget. It'll provide some comfort to your soul and keep the memory of lost loved ones in your heart.
Fan that flame!
Beat out that spark before it starts.
It was so young, so fragile. It had so much to give.
Better to take it down now while you still can.
Fire catches. Eventually.
Would like to know if you ever doubt the choices you made on the path that brought you to this point. Would you have been happier going in a different direction? Figures you're either a rare person or a good liar. Maybe both. Hard to believe the world is actually going to survive. Just seemed impossible till now. grateful to you for coming back and doing your best to change things. You were the only chance they had. Wonders if you liked working with the Myriad. They always seemed so centered and so seeking. Figures everyone does. They seem unusually dedicated to finding them. But that's not important now. Gizmo says it's taken a long time to bring the past up to the present, and where you go from here is up to you. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the Underyard as he has no protection against the vacuum in the dead zone, so you need to salvage scrap to upcycle the Mekton, starting with the old crate outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the Mekton strong enough to fight the Jumbo Puff. It's the part of the land that suffered most from the apocalypse. It's deprived of oxygen, making it next to impossible for anything but creatures that were most contorted by the contamination. There's short of breath and death to this zone. Better take care. He who half breathes, half lives. That's the leftover you're looking for. Don't lose your way in the blackness. Could be easy to get lost down here. Gulp in some air. No air left for whining about it. Does fire even start here? That feels better. Don't look down. A balancing act. Never take air for granted again. Focus on the tightrope. He says that's enough to get the Mekton functional. You'll have an engine, a fuel soaker, a gun, and a gathering net, but no armor, nor enough oxygen supply. He made a suction device, so the Mekton can use the black tar as an instant refuel. You can also use it to clear oily goo puddles, so you can pass and access hard-to-get-to areas. He's been working on another project for the Mekton, a cannon, but it needs ammunition, and by that he means the scripts. He says if they're trained right, they'll turn into a distraction for the Jumbo Puff. The best way to find scripts is to go talk to Moog. He knows the ins and outs of every breathing thing left alive after the apocalypse. Unfortunately, this means you'll have to venture farther out into the dead zone than Moog's camp on the steep depot. Once you find Moog, he'll be able to give you directions to where you'll find scripts. It's a little feisty and tough critter, a perfect fit for a live ammunition, if you ask him. All the health. The day is getting on. Locked up tight? That's shut and good. Looks like the switches need to be turned to match so enough charge can flow through the conductors. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. You need to line up the switches so they match. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Stomping time. The grease monkey's mekton is built sturdy, just like himself. Can you imagine how this place used to look before the dead oil flood? Might want to hold your breath before you head any further. You're about to witness the breathtaking vistas of what's known as the Dead Zone. In the old world, roads like this really led somewhere. Now, most of them lead to disaster. That over there is Steepo Depot, the cliffside that Moog hangs on to. Nothing beats your own 2 feet. So little alive here.
Inmo. Diava.
Not the easiest way to get up. This one's impressed to see you out here. He figured you'd be dead by now. Not many are as tough and clever as you must be. Claims he goes after the most dangerous game, huge monsters. Moog says that all your power doesn't do you a bit of good if you're not willing to pull the trigger when the time comes. Choosing what to kill and what to spare are the most important decisions you'll make. You might have a steady aim, but you need to be sure that you pick your targets with care. It's hard to make those life or death decisions for others, but someone's got to do it. Otherwise, they'll do it themselves, and you know they'll miss. When it comes to monsters, he mostly picks who dies. Says it's wild that the world seems to be coming back, but he supposes that means more monsters for him to shoot. Wonders why you work so hard to keep things alive. Bullets help thin the herd instead. Says you should give up on working with the stubborn myriad. He keeps trying to put out their lights and they keep putting up new ones. Says they keep the monsters away. He needs them closer, not farther. But enough of that, right? He says the wildlife, nature, has changed and turned against us. Instincts of survival took over when the world changed. He's not sure about their veggie diet anymore, and if it's changed, who knows what it's done with the chemical composition of their body output. Right now, though, he feels he's come to a point where he's got a pretty clear idea on the whereabouts of monsters, both tall and short. Says he's not sure, but if you're going to hunt something, it seems a waste not to eat it. Moog says you must learn to walk before you can run. It takes practice before you can call yourself a monster hunter. Fortunately for you, he can help. He understands you need to start off with something small before you go big. There's no better place to start than a squip cave. Hunting down a couple of these little critters for yourself should keep you on your toes. Says you stick to the hunting and shots present themselves later. Let's see. Everyone's going to hear you coming. Just keep your hands upon the steerer. Wait, it's the scrip hole-up. Place is just filled with critters. This story, once the volatilization from the nuclear waste evaporated, a volatile gas rose through the soil and infested structures, even Toxanol's own buildings. So, in a way, they caused their own death. You can't wait to get out, can you? Oh, idea. Go knock the lid off that sludge truck. It'll fill the place up and you can get up to that entrance there. It's like a whole different world down here. No running away. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Time to give that a spin. Don't trust your eyes so much. They play tricks in the dark. subtle it is not. Better get a move on if you want to change things. He says that's enough scripts to sustain the Mekton's claw crane cannon with infinite ammunition. Well done. That's the special weapon he made to store the scripts in the Mekton. It will be strong enough to launch them at the Jumbo Puff. Gizmo's made vehicles before to confront the Jumbo Puff himself, but failed. But this time, it's different. The Mekton will be strong enough to do the job. It's time to put a stop to the World Eater now. Otherwise, he fears the damage it's caused to the tree already will be too much to handle. He asks you to not even think about taking on the Jumbo Puff on foot. You'll need the Mekton to do the job. Take his word for it. There's time to improve the Mekton before you confront the Puff. There are more wreck boxes out in the dead zone with gear you should be able to equip the Mekton with on your own. It's already quite sturdy, but upgrading it will greatly improve your chances of victory. Gizmo wants to help if he can. So, says you covered the important things already. Treasure this while you can. Imagine you could just go to a place like this to get a proper meal back in the old world. Bullseye. Murder. Ready to ride. There's a place and time for everything, but for that city scenario, it's already come and gone. Every day is a new chance to fulfill your destiny. Right out. Bang Shelter 7B is still there, open and ready to shelter. Injured. Didn't think it could be better. making your Mekton shine. There's so much more below the ground. Feel that power. Brick-bracks like this were symbols for the growth of the old world. The sky is as bright as it's going to be. Day's wasting. Get to work while you can. Right between the eyes. All that exercise helps. That's another shopperia. They just couldn't get enough of these places back in the days gone. It's time to create your own path. Well, what do you know? Boom. All fired up. You need to point its face in the right direction. You've located the village of Hubbledun. Thinks the end of the world is a lot quieter than it should be, especially without their best pals. There's a string clonk not too far from here. Would make beautiful music. Seems like a shame to let a decent string plonk sit around unplayed. Says Funk Punk and his band pal Punk Funk got killed while on the road. Maybe if you listen for the string clonk, you might hear someone playing it. Or not. Once you find the string clonk, be careful with it. Aren't too many of those around. Funk Punk's been missing so long. Hope you find it. Figures someone would pay you for it. Shopkeeper claims you won't be... Says the place hasn't been doing as much business lately, so there's plenty for you to choose from. Let's hope you won't regret it.
Iname pichula. Sumatahese. Darawaso.
Let's see. Look at... Looks like wholesome. A tidy little cave. Birds can't breathe to sing. Feels good on you? It's flat out black out there. Tap card. Conserve your wind. The grotto. It's deep enough to explore. The birds don't have enough flaps to fly. The air gets stale down here fast. Stay on target. Is that a ray of hope? You found Bionucleus 8C. These towers are one of the main reasons the old world went under. Squint into the oncoming light. Nice shot. Took care of it. So many creatures doing so many things during the day. Best climbing today. That's more like it. It's another old world bric-brac. It's a fine way to ride. Let's see. Let's see. Heroes inspire in a way nothing else can. Shop. That's one just over there. Go for it. Got it. Cutting edge. Dead already. On the home stretch. Slash them down. Pow! There's a serenity about this spot. It's a place for rest. Loot. As long as karma exists, the world changes, and we change with it. It's a cold zone. Even a thick coat of fur is enough to keep you warm here. That's a toxinol zap station. Just flip the switch of the generator to produce superheated glowy air and get on it when the lightning forms. Take this seriously, or it'll take you down. E-waste, the stuff you need. Paths can be hard to find here. You did good, but the lightning did all the work. Head back to Click to amp up the Clonk Fist. Something or someone has made a nest here. Let's see.
Katacha.
Click's worked out. He figures he could make a skeleton key. He's talking about remains of the dead and gone. Figures you could use it for good.
Light instantly banishes dark.
The dark strikes back.
That's not that dark. More like long shadows.
The shadows are growing longer again.
We'll beat them back.
Click says you're locked together in fate. Understands you have... Knowing there is a beach out there somewhere doesn't mean you need to take a dip. Check out that plastic scrap over there. Welcome to the Surf Archipelago, where the horizon rests on the surfy goo. Let's see. You're poking around Pockbur, a prime village. Whatever you do, do it right, or don't do it at all. Says the tribe Sifu sent them here to help defend against the rival tribe that's been terrorizing their village. Isn't sure how long the village will last if it continues. As if the plague ruining the land and destroying the crops wasn't enough to bring the village to its knees already. Heard that even simple things like puckle pops, surf salad, muffin grass and wild pips have become nearly impossible to grow. The Sifu asked you to help, and that's what you must do. The tree's going to bleed death from its roots if you keep taking her for granted. Shine's happy that the Myriad can count on a friend as bright as you. Says you should take it easy. The Sifu asked you to help, and that's what you must do. Says you should take care. The night is ending soon. Looks good. It's a bit less black out there. Sometimes your mind creates an illusion where it's possible to go back in time to relive a moment in your life. We all have things in our past we wish hadn't happened, and can come to remember seeing and doing things that never happened. However, there's no doubt that what you remember makes your future different. Choose the automaton functionality you want to recall. I was wondering when you'd recall how to spring the automaton air gliders. The Domp Outpost, shined up by the Myriad tribe. Smell the salt in the air. Tread soft. That's a monster nest, if ever I've seen one. Give a key a shot. Your destiny waits on the path you'll take to avoid it. Biohazard makes your skin crawl. Maybe it's later than you think. Hard to tell at night. That's the Jagni tribe's fort. Their friendship can be a blessing or a curse. It's up to you. You're either a part of their solution to the tribe war or part of the problem.
Hello?
They've been waiting for you. Taking control of this fort will bring peace between your tribes. The scouts have reported activity nearby that's worth looking into before you enter the fort. They've positioned a storm tower near the fort that you'll use to get over the wall. However, you need to prop up its wheelhouse first to stabilize the situation. Says you don't have to knock to get inside. breathe a little lighter now that day's returning. It's time to set the rival tribe free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to their Sifu. Convincing the Sifu that peace between your tribes is the only way you'll all survive won't be easy. He doubts the Sifu will give up without a fight. That's a fire starter. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. It burns brighter than the light. Got one. One down soon. The light's coming back. That's a pyro sizzler right there. Just get to work on it. Make it frizzle. Nice crackle. The battering bonker looks like a great way to get through the gate. Bet you just need to knock and it'll open up. That's bonkers. The Jagni tribe wants to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. They want to vanquish the tribes as the only way they can guarantee peace is through supremacy. He didn't expect it would go down this way. It'll be hard to talk your way out of a fight. There's no way he'll surrender to threats. He recognizes the strength of a good argument and agrees it's for the best. He'll surrender the fort to you. The rival Sifu is defeated, and the destiny of their tribe is in your hands. You are free to choose their fate, but not free from the consequences of your choice. He'll leave it up to you to decide the fate of the rival Sifu, but suggests you be merciful. Do good, and good will follow you. Thinks it's a good gesture to offer support to others when you can see that they need it. And with that, you're spinning your own fate, good or bad, never to be undone. Side by side they'll stand until order and stability is reinstituted. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. Your Sifu is pleased. You're one step closer to uniting the tribes. It's a pity you needed to use force to get the point across. But he's still concerned about the fate of the world. Believes the war you wage is based on the principle that if you win, the end will justify the means. He says you've grown so much stronger than when you first met. You know better than anyone that the fate of the world is still at stake. You need a world where everyone is guided only by their conscience. That little voice inside that lets you know right from wrong. Don't go against it if you want to enjoy life without fear of death. It's the Jagni staff. Heroes inspire in a way nothing else can. Let's see. At least you can feed this ride grass. It's a tunnel that leads to another side of the same world. The world is full of secrets waiting to be uncovered. Let's see. Keep focused on what you can do today. Tomorrow's already gone. This corner of the world is called Bricktown. Let's see. That there's Subnautica Station. Goop flounders around in there. Lots of notices on the board for things that made sense in the days when the surf was a lot cleaner. Interesting to see what they cared about here. Wonder if any of it matters now. In the old days, this was a port for boats that went under the surf. They helped clog the surf into goo. Toxanol didn't do it on purpose, I don't think. Their machines made a mess, though, and they never cleaned up after themselves. You should be able to find a track here. Just need to keep your eyes open. Hard not to want to relax here, if only for a bit. Let's see. Hey, you found the track, even around all this goopy goo. Nothing escapes your googly eye. The surf here looked cleaner when that track was made. It wasn't easy to peer through the surf, but there are iBox tapes on record that shows they knew what kind of mutated creatures their contamination had created. Glad you had the patience to learn more about how the surf got gooed. Going to be night any moment now. Check out that plastic scrap over there. Nice. Some barked wood scrap for you. The Tree of Life still stands. Question is, for how long? Claims to have strange things from the dead zone that are so rare they need to be seen to be believed. Says goodbye to you. Asks you to check out the wares, confident you'll find every... Thinks you should practice patience if you want to make a good deal here. It's good someone else can use your old stuff. Came out on top. Looks like it'll work. That ain't bad. You look great. darkness makes you miss the light. Whoops. Ah, these islands are gorgeous. Let's see. Pounding your chest won't help. Now, this is the way to travel. The thing was already dangerous, but now... It's a jumbo puff with an appetite. Ain't no fuzz. Better put an end to it before it ends our world. Uh-oh. The jumbo puff is kicking it up a notch. It's time for an electric performance. Bad feeling about this. It goes all the way down to the stomach. Start like a snack, and you'll end up with a ride down the intestinal canal. That's too close to the end station. Better move up. Look at you, all pooped out. From this point on, there's no way forward but going back in. That's too close to the end station. Better move up and away, or be swept out the bowel way. Better pumped out than flushed down. Don't let it happen again. Wow, what a super-sized wormlet. That must be as big as they come. You see, it's what's on the inside that counts. The torus is pumping at half a beat. You know what to do. Guessed it would go down with a throw-up. Can it really get any better than that? He thanks you for dealing with the first World Eater. It's a start. You should go see Out of Date and find out what you can about the machine he's named the Ark.
Follow Marati. Erim denken Outpost ane?
You're good-hearted enough, so you'll have no problem getting him to share the information with you.
Follow Marati. Alam wed denken.
He trusts you know where to find Out-of-Date by now. He's always been at the foot of the tree, and that hasn't changed. Wood scrap's great for building things. The forest is so smellicious. You can make something from that. Faster, better. That's an intact plant hut over there. Wonder what's growing in it. Sharp steel. You might want to fall back. Wish they'd have listened to reason. That's a mind monitor from the days gone. A device that blip-screens smart matter. Wouldn't be surprised if it still looks like the inputters need to be linked to get the mind monitor to boot up. It's mind over matter, software over hardware. Success is peace of mind. Rubber scrap. Great for when you need a bit of flex. Go see what you can see in this fresh day. Gizmo will always make time for you. Understands you have things to do. The sky is as bright as it's going to be. There it is, the tree of life. The idea that all life is related by common descent. where the twigs are existing species and those produced in the past represent the succession of the extinct. The tree's great branches were once budding twigs, a connection between the past, present, and future. A representation of all extinct and living species with its ever-branching and beautiful ramifications. We are an evolution of those that came before. The yerp fields, where the echo of your actions resounds clearer than any other place you'll find, except for where that's not true. Everything is at stake. Ah, that wood scrap seems like it would be perfect for your plans. Let's see. It's a place well hidden. It's just below the above.
Peboko contato l'Edrea ia Maoloa.
Out of Date's impressed you made it this far, but there's still so much left to do. The end of the world is still on everyone's minds.
Cos'ata ghetto?
You've beaten a path where you have the power to destroy or save everyone. Question is, what you'll do with that responsibility.
Peboko contabe taimis fofo bagua papamu.
He can sense that your heart beats steadily and acknowledges that the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others.
Tolu keta ya wawanawe.
Thinks it's important that you remember who you are and where you came from. Someone without knowledge of their history and origin is like a tree without roots.
Le yayato e baso dombubu bu koye.
It's important to stay grounded. You share the same fate as the tree.
Tuloya uto lula le yayato.
Out of Date says there's a time for everything. And now there's no use thinking of the past, for it's gone.
Kim hobe bekuko hifar muk.
Think of the present because that's where you are. It's time to set your priorities as the one who completes things.
Far come mako to far titaba.
If you continue to do good, good will follow you.
Ba lo yualu. Momombusu?
If the world really does end, there won't be anywhere to run. So he's prepared for the worst. Something he calls the Ark.
Fabobe muk kofar. Befarbihita hun tokub kirko.
He hopes you're right. He gets that you mean the journey continues either way, but personally he wants the tree to survive.
To why?
Out of Date says there's no clear record of the chain of events that changed the course of history and brought the world to its knees.
Befarbihita hun tokub kirko atu wamawa.
He's found evidence on the Ark, Records of a crisis, decades of contamination that permeated the ground and broke its inner core.
Mauketo tolu ayadre.
The contamination disrupted what we now know as key energy, the life force that runs through all things, living and inanimate.
Evunkutu buvum no matoaha.
He's been told the blight affected everything at a genetic level and turned our perception of normality on its head.
Yowotulua nuekek ujbar no barke.
It was only those that changed that avoided extinction, proving that the possibility for survival and renewal was real.
Kuchai hivar befarb wumbubu tubuko.
He understands you are curious about the ship at the foot of the tree. He says it surfaced when the oil broke through the ground.
Wumbubu tubuko.
The Ark predates the back-in days, and now, after years of study of the manuals he found inside, he believes he's figured the ship out.
Ya, sawata mua.
The Ark has room for 4 more, and he trusts you'll apply wisdom to your compassion and choose whom to save if the world comes to end.
Muk bebuk luatolu dum.
He'll keep the seats open, and you are free to invite up to 4 others to join you in the Ark in the event of a cataclysm.
Luatolu dum. Muk bebuk.
Out of Date says that from what he's heard, you've been busy.
Koyevun tuvun bunun.
He says he appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's got urgent news from his friend Goop in the southeast.
Mpa wherefore wewe hunto kontue bon yevun koja.
Out of Date says that even though he's unsure about your intentions, he hopes you'll support Goop.
Ya moluwando tamuk gabamuk tab.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Goop and making sure he gets what he needs is up to you. That's the sound of impending doom. Out of Date's premonitions of imminent disaster are true. The Porkypuff needs to be handled.
Loma toaha.
Out of Date says that Goop is worried now that the Southeast World Eater is stepping up its activity.
Balu utulua ugambun ang ugagad yebroma bufu.
He explains that Goop is working on a goo-gliding vessel in order to get to the World Eater, but needs help to get it done.
Nuekek ujbar no barke.
Out of Date suggests that you should head southeast as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Tulua ba volua.
He wonders what's on your mind.
Guduvun poputore.
Says you should take care. Good for protecting your noggin. Hey, smarty.
Atu wamawa.
He says you really need to go see Goop as soon as possible.
Tolua lu toloka.
He's happy to help.
Yunulua tula.
Says you should enjoy the day.
Yunulua tula.
So, says you covered the important things already.
Kotuvon ko konvun kono.
He guesses you're back for more.
Mauketo tolu ayadre.
He says you really need to go see Goop as soon as possible.
Mayami.
He guesses you're back for more.
Bilia antuf.
Understands you have other places you need to go. Watch your balance.
Yangu. Azitawa. Sizateria. Jaida.
Gulpo ain't the easiest tongue, but I think he says he's happy to see a friendly face. Not too many of those around these days.
Yukia.
Says it's good to see you again. He's Goop. You might remember him from the old days when he tried to teach you how to swim. Goop says you were always so righteous as a child, and he can still feel it, even at a distance. Goop says memories fade surprisingly fast. We are all pieces of what we remember. It's only together we can remember the story as it was. He recalls you wouldn't put in the time required to learn how to swim. He bets you regret that now. Goop says our memory keeps things for us and protects them until we are ready to face them again. He understands you've returned to face Lupa Lupin. That's the destiny you've been carrying within yourself all these years. He says that the catastrophe back then didn't vanquish the good in you. It's still there, as bright as when you were a child. Now the time has come for you to remember and act. Your life is your life, not the story you're told about it. He understands why you seek revenge, but he doesn't think you realize how that'll make you feel once you claimed it.
Take that light!
Really, you ought to use your head instead of your gut.
See? The darkness lets you get away with anything.
Just remember, you can always find light in the dark.
Dark! When you already know you're right.
Says life on the goo is wide open. You have so many choices of where to go. Some harder than others, of course. Which kind do you like? Hit the open surf then. The trouble is you can only rely on yourself, at least until you reach a new shore and make new friends. Can hardly believe the world is going to make it. Wonders what that's going to do to the goo. Thanks you for doing everything you could to de-goop the surf. Thinks the Myriad made a good match with you. You're both like sunshine on the surf. Claims he didn't say that. Out loud. But hey, back to the goo. Knows yesterday is already gone. It's what you do today and tomorrow that'll move you forward. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the Subnautica station, as the pollution has worn down the insulation of his suit, so you must salvage enough scrap to fix up his goo glide, starting with the old wreck box outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the goo glide strong enough to fight the Porky Puff. You're lucky that way. There's still cargo left on the shores from before the apocalypse. His best guess is a tower tanker hit a reef and went under. Daytime is the best time to get things done. That's it. Work your way up. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Do you feel safer or more exposed in the dark? Just a few moves left. Make them count. Feeling fierce. Yuck! Biohazard. Sickening. Don't forget the past. Learn from it.
Mukam. Saluja. Exekon. Adivi. Surakia.
He's got the goo glide functional. You'll have a pull hook and a salvage net, but no armor, and an engine strong enough to break through the thick goo further out.
Adivi. Ajin botalanti.
There's debris floating around on the surf that might be blocking your path or needs to be towed. That means you'll need a device so you can get it out of your way.
Tonako. Tonako.
Goop says Gizmo's devised a cannon for the goo glide, but instead of bullets, it flips quacks, squeaky distractions for the triple attentive Porky Puff, which will give you time to get yourself in position. The best way to find quacks is to talk to Gulp. He has the bearings of the surf archipelago and knows where the quacks like to float. This means you'll have the privilege of visiting Gulp in the Sinky Dink. He'll be able to give you directions to where you'll find quacks. He's not sure, but the quacks are probably a leftover from a cargo surfer that went under in the olden days. The squeaky material must have made them surface when their box broke. There's no reason to think this might explode. This here is the Sinky Dink, home of Gulp, at the very least. It's time to do what's right, for certain values of right. He's pretty sure he's heard of you before, although the details are maybe a little hazy. He wonders if you have something for him to drink. Guesses he does, but it's a long life in a wild world. Sometimes he's shaken, not stirred. Says you look like you've got a powerful thirst to do something in this world. Good, bad, not really sure, but it seems like you've been drinking in your destiny and liking the flavor. Wonders if you could take the time to help a man slake his own thirst. You'd be doing him a liquid solid. You're a do-gooder, so you know you want to. Either way, he hopes you find a way to wet your whistle before the world comes to an awful dry end and leaves us all thirsting for more. Says life's like a mystery drink. Sometimes it's amazing, and sometimes it's awful. But either way, you can't stop drinking till you're dead. Sure, but that's nowhere near as quick and easy. Who wants to stop to chew? Wants to raise a glass to you getting the world fixed up a bit. Respects how you always try to help, no matter that the world's fate is hard to swallow. Sees why you joined up with the Myriad. They like a peaceful drink, just like you. Something calm and soothing for your belly. But who cares about them? Says you'd be as bummed out as him if you came for the hot stuff. The Glugmocker, Nimhimbibble, and his favourite radium syrup. That one's even more intoxicating now, aged in truck tankers and all. Without a drink, and radium syrup especially, he can't move, much less think, as the power of his mind is directly proportioned to the quantity of syrup he swigs. That's why he's called Gulp. The drink helps him forget the state the world is in, but it only lasts until tomorrow. The world is still doomed, even if the sun goes up. Figures the real problem is finding something to drink. He wants you to know he has other interests, too. He's the Surfipelago's self-proclaimed ornithologist, for example. There are other ways than a cold drink to relieve stress, even in these dark times, and, fortunately for you, he can help. Watching Pippi's flap is calming, but better yet are the ones you can look at and touch, like quacks. Squeezing them is a great way to relax. They're better at floating than flapping, so you should be able to net a few without growing yourself a pair of wings. Let's see. Gun it! It moves like a jet. The Quack Hollow. It's just lonely. That was a wild ride. Work your way up. Need a key. There are tough times ahead, no matter where you go. Every bit of your gear is soaked. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Just what you were looking for. Time to roll out the big guns. Not for the faint chopper. If a story is about you, care for it. Wouldn't want to be behind that. That was fun? Gulp says he'll bibble anything once, as long as it's drinkalicious, even rocket fuel. He once mixed up some tankers and drank that. It was a real lift-off. That leads him to the bottom of that particular bottle. Radium syrup. If only he could find a tanker truck to empty. He's not in a state to go looking, so he's counting on you to help. Go find him a tanker truck and bring back some of that precious radium syrup. Please. Thinks you're not the only one who... What were we talking about again? You can taste the salt in the air. That's enough quacks to sustain the Googlide flipper with infinite ammunition. Goop says he was there when the Porky Puff took Out-of-Date's leg, so this World Eater has made it personal. After that, Out-of-Date started using his head instead of his legs and came up with the plan on how to best make a stand against the World Eaters, and it wasn't by foot. That's how he got tasked with rebuilding the Googlide. He seems happy to talk. Says you should take it easy. Worth going outside just to see the night sky. It's an undersurfer, all alone without anyone in it. Yet. Ah, plastic scrap like that always comes in handy. Just hold on tight. Says the world is filled with horrible noises as it careens toward its end. Their father used to have an old spiral groover that they played amazing music on. Figures there must be one out there somewhere. Then you can play those old discs. Supposes you'll have to hunt around. Says it's hard to find an intact spiral groover, but has faith in you. Be careful with the spiral groover, though. They break easy. If you can find one that works, you can fill the world with tunes. Looks forward to listening with you. Stories keep moving whether you drive them or not. Don't get distracted by all the destruction you can see this time of day. That'll soon pay off. Does it look what-worthy to you? It's the porky-puff nibbling bug. It took quite a liking to the crunchy stuff after munching down Out-of-Date's leg. Hook the boom ball and tow it beneath the puff. The goo calls. What's the saying? Red sky at night? No, that's not right. It's gun time. Time to jet. Good work, Captain. It's the porky-puff nibbling bug. It took quite a liking to the crunchy stuff after munching down out-of-date's leg. Hook the boom ball and tow it beneath the puff. Unleash the quacks. Ain't that cute? A toothy playing with quacks. Can you feel it? It's the brisk wind of change. Don't let this opportunity slide. Story ain't over yet. What are you going to do about that? He thanks you for dealing with another world eater. You're halfway there. He's got word Out of Date spotted Lupin and has a feeling your time has come. He hopes you're up for it. Even though you're good-hearted, you shouldn't miss this opportunity to confront the predator. Just head back to the foot of the tree. Fingers crossed Lupin will stay put until you're there. This is an epic already. How it ends is up to you. Careful you don't slide down the Sprill slope. Maybe Honky can show you the way. Let's see. Thinks most aren't as lucky as you. The fact that you've survived this long says a lot about how tough a customer you are. You don't have to sell him on that. Says he's more of an opportune artist. He helps match anyone with the things they need. You might be one of the shrewdest customers he's ever met. No one gets to be outfitted as well as you without being a sharp shopper. But what are you going to do with all that gear you've got?
Oh, nazy.
He figures you'll do the best you can with what you've got, and that you can cut yourself good enough deals to improve on that, too. Wants you to know he's been on the lookout for great deals for you, and he's happy to share them with such a bargain hunter as you. Did you ever have second thoughts about something you bought? Or worse yet, about something you didn't buy? Life's too short to let things you want pass you by. Don't you all? When you figure out the specifics, let him know and he'll see if he can sell it to you. Feels good about the world surviving. All his stuff is in it. Appreciates how you tried to help out around here, even if you didn't buy anything. Thinks you made a good match with the Myriad. He made a lot of green selling them all sorts of things over the years.
Oh, nazy.
Sometimes they made too many lights, and they asked him to help spread them all around the world. On to new business. He introduces himself as Honky, and says that it's his custom to make everyone he meets a customer. He was born to be a merchant, or maybe it was fate. Regardless, there's nothing he can do to change it. Trading runs in his blood. He'll be fine, even if he doesn't turn a profit on you. That's a trade-off he's willing to make, as it's against his policy not to offer you both joy and profit. Figures that when the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. Honky says he wants to help you help him. He knows you're someone with the potential to stay loyal to his brand. He always follows the market and listens to what it's telling him to do, but often he feels it's up to him to tell others what they need. He'll give you what you need as soon as he's helped you help him collect an insignificant, good-for-nothing item that has sentimental value to him. Says you shouldn't worry about it, but be sure to do it. Ready to roll? The day is calling. Out of Date says the time has come for you to reconcile with your past. Lupa Lupin is still staying in the camp where he was brought up. He hopes you'll find the answers you are looking for there. Even though darkness is a part of your nature, he suggests you try to keep your cool, as the best fighter is never angry. He'll point you in the right direction, but the rest is up to you. This part of the journey is one you'll have to do on your own. Lupa Lupin's camp has always been there, hidden deep inside the mountains. Out of Date hopes you'll find your way and the answers you were looking for once you're there. He knows he said it before, but the time has come to put an end to the Lupin's reign of terror. You should get over there, come face to face with destiny. It's going to be you against the Lupin. No rules. He's happy to help. We'll be around when you return. Growl it into a higher gear. Lupin's camp has always been there, hidden deep inside the mountains. Tread carefully here. This is Lupin's camp. Lupin says he's been looking forward to this moment. He wanted you to come here and see for yourself where it all started. He was so little when your mother and kin came here to put an end to his mother just because she was different, a hunter. That night, the hunter became the hunted, trapped with nowhere to run. He says your mother showed no mercy. Only vengeance. He can see that you're not like your mother. There's something different about you. Maybe you would have made a better decision than she did, and let them be. They orphaned him, left him alone, an outcast and a freak. Lupin says he's been reliving the moment every night since then. He says your mother and her disciples started something that couldn't be undone. They created the monster he would become. He knew his time would come, and he was patient. So, when he got news about your birth, he knew how to get revenge that would last. That's why he spared you that night he raised the village when you were a child. He wanted you to suffer for life, like he had.
Just so.
He marked you for life, so he'd recognize you when you met again, and you'd eventually remember where you came from. His hunger grew insatiable over the years to come. He tried, but being vegetarian wasn't in his nature, and he couldn't go hungry. But he's never taken a life for the sake of appetite. It's always been about survival, and that our true self is being who we are. A deep look into nature will make you understand everything better, and that natural selection eliminates, and the strongest survive. Fate is for those too weak to determine their own destiny. And now, the time has come for you to accept yours. This story needs a hero. At least the temp's nice and steady underground.
Kotuvon ko konvunkono far kobemako to far titaba.
Out of Date says that from what he's heard, you've been busy.
Vunko vunturbo ka nuka nuburak.
He says he appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's got urgent news from his friend Noko in the east.
Le yayato ayamu waya.
Out of Date says that even though he's unsure about your intentions, he hopes you'll support Noko.
Le yayato yowotulua tulua ba volua.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Noko and making sure she gets what she needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date was spot on. The hoof puff needs to be stopped.
Ja, Savoita mua.
Out of Date says that Noko is worried now that the Eastern World Eater is stepping up its activity.
Kutai. Hifar befar fabobe. Muk kofar.
He explains that Noko keeps a fabled steed that she has planned to ride out to the World Eater, but needs help to get it prepared.
Farfarifto. Tuka kupu.
Out of Date suggests that you should head east as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Yevofo lolan wofo.
He's happy to help.
Baluwodolua.
Says you should take it easy. You need to show your mount who's boss. Check out that plastic scrap over there. That's sure to be useful. Heroes make for the best stories. It's up to you if you want to be one. An old munch house. Imagine having hot food brought to you. Toilets everywhere. So much damage. Your destiny waits on the path you'll take to avoid it. You need to align the knobs so that they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Untended, the world will go under with time. Didn't have much else to say, so no problem. Blackness covers the world like a blanket. Hard as nails. Vump is the place to be, obviously. Shopkeeper claims you won't be able to find better goods anywhere else. Can sense you want to practice your skills at bartering. Richer than you were. A pleasure do business. Ready to make something? It's cleanly cut. Says you'll get a special price and a wrap-up on the double. The doors here are always open for a potential customer. Good use of your green. Well spent. You're onto something. Put it together. Make sure you don't walk off a cliff while you're night blind. Shopkeeper claimed. See what they have. Jingly jing! Seemed fair. Be careful where you grab that mount. Let's see. You have a chance to change the future for good or bad. You should be able to use that. Sometimes you've just got to start over. A crossway. This means you have a choice to make. Which way? This is turning out to be quite an expedition. Better than nothing. One arm, then the other. Pumping good, looking better. Good to be able to get stuff done while the world is awake. That's a pling-plong booth from the bygone, back when you needed to cable words via buzzwire instead of airwaving them. Looks like the control box handles need to be wheeled to buzz the wire. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Wired up and ready to go. Looking better than ever. When a story comes to you, pay attention. Nice view. Guess you still want more than that. Oh, it's a bright day to wander around in. Needs a key. You flick the switches in order to greenlight the current and activate the electrons in the panel. Electrified enough to spark. That's a motored blind box dispenser. These auto markets were quite popular in the long gone for those who had coin left for fun. Feels good to be alive. Wood scrap's great for building things. Stay on target. Burn ball. Chop it up. Quick. Look at those notices on the board. Too bad the gnotes couldn't read them. If you wander around here, you might find Noko. She just loves those gnotes. Once the power ran out, it made sense to ride gnotes, and that tradition continued through the years. Powered types of transportation polluted the world, but didn't poop in the street. In those days. Watch your step here, and you might find tracks of another traveler. Let's see. Nooks isn't an easy language, but at least it's manageable. She says she is so happy to see you again. She wonders if you remember her. She's Noko. She let you ride her Majut when you were a kid. Noko remembers you used to chase around with so much energy and is glad to see you haven't lost any of that spark. But that's all long gone now, though. Memories show us where we've been, not where we're going. Seems reluctant to even say its name. It's become personal to her too, since it's taken so many of her innocent gnotes as prey. Noko remembers those days too, but she never lets herself wallow in them, no matter how tempting that can be. To buck with Lupa Lupin. Can't see how there's any way to avoid that now. Not for long, at least. She says the horrors of your younger days were enough to ruin anyone, but not you. You've got all that cheer about you still. Noko says history is like the trail you've been on. You can walk back down it any time you like, until it's worn smooth. But you get to blaze your own trail from here. Then you are stronger than her. She can't help wanting Lupa Lupin to pay for what he did to her Gnotes, despite the fact it's against her nature.
Come toward the light.
Slow down. Why would you rush in?
When you see what you want, why wait?
Well, what about being careful?
Ha! Poppycock! Full speed ahead!
Asks how many paths you've wandered in the world, and if you ever wonder about what might have changed if you'd taken different ones. The choices can be overwhelming, but you have to choose, or you just stay where you are. And what kind of choice is that? So happy the world is going to live would have been likes that you stood up for the world and spurred your way toward helping it out. Glad you saw the light with the myriad. They always bring a sparkliness to any day, and sometimes the nights do. Says that's only for a little while, and when your eyes clear, you see everything even better than before. But let's not speak of that now. She has an idea where the Majut might have gone, as there's no other place it likes as much as its own corner of the open wild. She's even named it the Majut Meadow. The Majut will recognize the scent you've attracted while being here, so it'll probably trust you enough to follow you. You should lead the Majut back here when you find it. It's going to take time to get it calm enough to be able to ride out to the World Eater. It's the most magnificent creature she's ever encountered. A creature straight out of a dream or story. You're already dripping wet. That's some good e-waste there. All fired up. feel the night wrap around you. Stay away from that biohazard. You'll want to wash yourself off for a month. You found the Majut meadow. Watch out for the Majut. Can you navigate by starshine? Now that the Majut is back in the pen, it seems calm, but Noko is still concerned. She says the Majut is still anxious, but fortunately she knows just the thing it needs to calm down. The Majut once found and ate a bonbon gummy by mistake, and that the chewing really calmed it down. She says that you should find some bonbon gummies for the Majut by the crossway. At least, that's where she found some last time. She figures the choosies from the old world are made from gummy trees, but wouldn't be surprised if they were actually made from some chemical concoction, though. Whatever you do it right, or don't do it at all. Cranks like these usually need to be wound to operate the dispenser. Just a few moves left. Make them count. What you see is what you get, once it's out of the blind box, that is. With its attention diverted to the chewy bonbon gummy, the Majut calms down. But Noko is still concerned. She's relieved the Majut has calmed down, but you'll need a heavier sit-tight to ride it than the one she's got. The only sit-tight she can think of that would be heavy enough is one she's spotted mounted on an old world mecha Majut. If she remembers correctly, she spotted it at the Smilo Shopperia while scavenging for treats for the Gnotes. That's not so far away. Seems to her they preferred the Mechamajuts over the living counterparts in the old world. Maybe the Gnotes were near extinct. Noko is always willing to help. We'll be around when you return. Noko is always willing to help. Take this seriously, or it'll take you down. Blistering. Looks valuable. Found some e-waste. Worthwhile. Every day, everything seems like it happens at once. You need to loosen the bolts without rattling the mechanism. That's it. The sit-tight is loose. Time to stop horsing around and get the sit-tight back to Nocco. Now that the Majut's got a mouthful of Bon Gummy and the brand new sit-tight is in place, the Majut is ready to ride. Nocco's been training another fantabulous little critter that'll hopefully become a distraction for the hoof puff when you confront it. She's called them glitter moths, and the best way to find them is to go talk to Mito. She's asked him to keep them somewhere safe. You'll find Mito at Bright Light. He's a light-headed fellow, but hopefully he'll remember where he stored the moths. He's been able to literally shed some light in the darkness for her over the years, but also because of his cheerful manner. Nocco is always willing to help. We'll be around when you return. Tell it to gallop. This place is called Brightlight. Mito lives close by. Let's see. With the world getting darker by the day, there's not much time left to save it. And even though you've just met, he feels you're bound to play a huge part in that. Claims to be a simple lamp maker, bringing light into the world as best he can. You've found your way through the darkness. You shine like the sun in the sky, but will you use that power to warm the world or burn it? Hopes you see how much good you can do with power like that, and how easy it is to let it drive you mad. No matter where your path takes you, though, it's important to remember where you came from. The past brightlights the present. Wonders if you know how much of an effect you've had upon the world. Your presence changes things like light changes darkness. Did you realize that when choosing where to shine? Figures that doesn't matter. You can't help but shine either way. So happy you know you're helping brighten the world. There's plenty of it that's still worth saving. Whatever happens to the world, you shone as bright as you could. That matters more than you know. Says you did the right thing in taking up with the Myriad. They buy lots of his lamps. That's a tribe that believes in the bright things in the world. Claims he wasn't trying to sell you anything. Now, says he can see by the twinkle in your eyes that you're not here to talk about your allies. He assumes you are here to be enlightened. He can't blame you, as everything just feels dark and hopeless these days. There's something about you, like you're knit together. Your fate's connected. What you've said, he feels too. So, why not call him Me Too? He senses you're like the dayfly, living every day like it's your last, afraid that when night comes, it might be proved right. Says it's pronounced that way, but spelt different. But he feels that connection with you. Mito says he's not only into those who shine bright, he likes things that glitter, too. He reckons you haven't seen a glitter moth, and says it's about time you did. Even though they're nesting near gone grass, they never run out of glow. Finding yourself a glitter moth would give you that glimmer of hope you need to continue all the way to the end. Glows with delight at your bright passion for the light. At least you can feed this ride grass. Even more brains. Glad to see some wood scrap there. It's a fine way to ride. That place there's a real fixer-upper, not an entirely lost cause. Whoa, that's some stronky metal scrap there. That, you need to swivel the globus's bearings to get the atlas mapper to work. Just a few moves left. Make them count. At least you're not coming out of this empty-handed. This might be the end of everything as we know it. Your balance is perfect. Morning is breaking. Glittermoth Cave is right here. Every little bit helps. The day almost makes you want to smile. Mito says there's darkness in everyone's life, but as a lamp maker, he wants you to know there's light too. His goal in this dying world is to be like a flame fly, burning to light the way for others, and therefore he still... You look like you're in need of a special get-through-the-night lamp. But to make something like that, he'd need a flame fly. Says using dark tactics is an awful way to find a light.
Bam! The dark wins again. Right? Right?
You're always going to stumble with the dark.
Don't doubt the dark.
It's okay if I curse the dark just this once, isn't it?
I'm just glad to be on the winning side.
That's enough glittermoths to make her plan work. She wants you to stop worrying about the paths you've ridden and focus on the inevitable road ahead, the one that leads to confrontation with the World Eater. The hoof puff is evidence of the duality of evolution, utterly beautiful and grotesque at the same time. She means that the hoof puff has had more time to eat at the root as it's been isolated in the Knoopstonies mountains. So, based on that alone, she reckons it has suffered as much damage as the northwest root that's hidden beneath the surf. Everything in nature is dual, and so is evolution as it struggles to find balance in creation. She wonders what could be more beautiful than imperfection. Give it some gas. A wise investment. We're all heroes of our own stories, or so we hope. Everything grows here. You seem to have made a new friend. Let's get that mount moving while the getting is good. That sealed the fate of the third World Eater. Just one more to go. Out of Date asked to see you again to congratulate you and let you in on the final phases of his plan. This is your chance to get his priorities aligned with yours. Do right by your tribe and the world at large. Just head back to the Ark. He seemed eager to see you again. It's so
Koibe o korfa atu wamawa.
Out of Date says there'll be consequences of the war, but there are more pressing matters at hand.
Kujai hifar befarbe.
The last World Eater has been left undisturbed with the tree while you focused on the war.
Far kobe mako to far titaba. Lua tolu tum.
He thought someone with your light perspective and key would have had different priorities and faced the World Eaters before resolving the tribe war.
Lua tolu tum. Tolidrea ya maoloa.
Regardless, Out of Date is grateful the tribe war is over.
Mauketo tolu ayadre.
Out of Date understands the road has been rough, but you already know what's left to end this journey, and it'll be tough.
Oloi bobo paweg. Befarbi hita huntokub kirko.
You're the only one that's strong enough to face the last World Eater.
Beboko kontabe.
The future depends on someone with a light perspective to give the world a chance to survive.
E bubuko von yunvun.
Only time will tell what the future holds, and if it will bring a lasting peace for those.
Wherefore, where?
Out of Date says the word about what you've done so far is spreading. The tribes haven't lost hope yet.
E bubuko von yunvun. Poyobut paigatawa.
He appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately, he's had urgent news from his friend Wiz in the northwest.
Yalawawatnawa.
He's unsure about your intentions, but hopes you'll support Wiz.
Atu awa ya.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Wiz and making sure he gets what he needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date's hunch is real. The Merc Puff is up next.
Nuekek ujbar no barke.
Out of Date says that Wiz is worried now that the Northwest World Eater is stepping up its activity.
Ya moluwando.
He explains that Wiz is working on an undersurf vessel in order to get to the World Eater, but needs help to get it done. Out of Date suggests that you should head northwest as fast as possible and see what you can do to help. He's happy to help. Says you'll see. the gooing of the water in the ground. Useful. You found Snodesburg. Such a neat village. Let's see.
La Soraya fa de me fafa.
Shopkeeper claims you won't be able to find...
No yo no que de equipaggio ki. Feels like something's about to happen today. Offers you extraordinary prices for extraordinary things. Says you should take it easy. Says the shop holds something for everyone, especially you. Thinks you should practice patience if you want to make a good deal here. Shop sharp. Don't hug your mount. It's not your friend. You've discovered Fanaki leaves, the densest jungle in the land. Better get hacking. What you do here matters to you and the world. Another quarrel spot. Back in the days, there were things here. Now, it's all gone. Right between the eyes. Try to be friends with the beast.
There are tough times ahead, no matter where you go. Hey, you could probably make something glossy with plastic scrap. Asks you to check out the wares, confident you'll find everything you need here. Says you came to the right place. They only stock products of the finest quality. Got what you wanted. Don't forget the past. Learn from it. Time to upgrade your clothes. This is high fluting, and there's an upgrade bench floating up there. Claims to have strange things from the dead zone that are so rare they need to be seen to be believed. Says you're in good company. Everyone needs a good deal.
Deepened your pockets. Get rid of it. Wasn't too bad a deal, was it? A pleasure do business. It suits you. Time to turn stuff you don't want into stuff you do. No regrets. That worked out. Better than nothing. Shopkeep. Glad you got rid of that. Nice not to have that around anymore. A sealed deal. Says the shop. Sometimes it's simpler to just buy what you need. Fair enough all around. Fair and square. Ah, see that e-waste? Always handy. Some rubber scrap got uncovered over there. Guess you still want more than that. There's some bouncy rubber scrap over there. Wood scrap. Always happy to find that. You always find good use for things like that. The planet keeps spinning, and new days keep coming.
It's a chug hut. Probably no chug-chugs in it, but you never know. Have to love another fresh start. Ooh. Fry pan. Take care in the rain, all right? The Myriad tribe has become more powerful thanks to you. Has plenty to do, so no worries. Ready to roll? The day is calling. The Surge Surf Factory. Keep your eye out for Wiz while you're here. Let's see.
pala kumpia perukan.
Wuz isn't easy on the tongue, but I think he says he's happy to see a friendly face. Not too many of those around these days.
No dam monoyam.
Says it's good to see you again. He's Wiz. You might remember him from the old days when he let you try his octopod? Wiz remembers you were such a cheery kid, and he's glad to see that light hasn't faded from you, despite the years. But Wiz understands it was a long time ago, and memories get murkier the deeper you go, but says it helps to have friends with you to plumb those depths. They've been here for you since you were a kidling, but when you left, you also chose to distance yourself from everyone that cared for you. Wiz says our memory keeps things for us, preserves them until we are ready to face them again. He knows you've returned to face Lupa Lupin, and that confrontation is as inevitable as the tides. He's not surprised that the loss of your family could plunge you into the depths forever, but you've always been able to rise like a bubble to the surface, no matter what. He knows that though the tides of history may push you in one direction, you can always lay your own course. Ultimately, it's your choice. You were the one to be wronged and have lived with the consequences. He believes in consequence as it's a direct result of action.
There's a bright day coming!
Oh, so wise. Cool off in the shade. The dark is here for you.
Don't let the dark suck you in!
The only thing that sucks around here is the light.
It's not too late!
Asks if you ever think about freedom and whether any of us really has it. Did you make the decisions that brought you here, or are you just a pawn of fate? Maybe that's true for you, but he's not so sure about his own fate. Amazed the world is going to continue on, but happy to hear it. Still so many things to invent. Impressed that you fought so hard to keep the world spinning. Thinks you were smart to join with the Myriad. They have a rainbow of ways to approach any problem. Says ways that matter. But that's not nearly as important as this. Wiz says that you should let the past dwell in the depths, but there's something else down there too, gnawing at the Tree of Life. He's named it the Merc Puff. This is why he's tinker-tonkering with the octopod. But the lid got stuck, so he needs a big enough tug twister to open it up and let you a-go in. He can't leave the surge station, so you must help him find a tug twister. There's a wound-up mecha Fingro in the mecha stadium that still has one stuck on its back. Find it, and you'll find the tug twister. Getting that tool will help turn around the situation for sure. It'll definitely help him unshut the hatch. Let's get that mount moving while the getting is good.
retreat at fair time and the Bang Shelter 11E. Just the place to ride out a storm. Ready to dive back in. starting to add up. The whole place used to feel so alive. You just found a fixer-upper. Wonder what finally broke it down. Ah, there's a run board. Jump on, go get on it, and run fast as you can. You run like the wind. In flames. We all share the same destiny, destruction or survival. Small things for your big ideas. Sharpening of the mind. What odd things can happen to you?
A monster snoozes hereabouts. That's a crossway up ahead, like a question waiting for an answer. This story is as powerful as you'll let it be. Watch it. Sharp steel. A classic. Now that's a flesh wound. Get it every time. Don't know what that e-waste was. Better hold on to that. The Tree of Life still stands. Question is, for how long?
Now you move.
Seems like your mount likes you well enough. That's a fixer-upper. Individuals used to flip places like that. Imagine. You need to give the tensioners on the machine head a matching adjustment to get the twing-twang in tune. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That sounds delicious. You're full of fun. Never have too much scrap, plastic or otherwise. A story has got to keep moving forward. Just check that skronk out. You found a bric-brac that's not absolutely flat. Not much left of that one. That hurt 'em. Roasted. Don't flinch away from this. It's your moment. You need to focus. Don't want to point a finger, but the Mecha Stadium is near here. Locked solid. That's not opening on its own. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's just awful. Watch your step around here. You need to loosen the bolts without unsettling it. That's it. The tug twister's loose. Let's hope it turned the grabbing hand into a helping hand, too. The dark time's finishing for now. He believed the tug twister would do the trick, but now realizes brute force won't do the trick. You need something slick. Well, he means slick as in greasy, so you can lube the hinges of the lid. He can't argue against the fact your fur's shiny. He says the lid should open if you sprinkle grease it. Problem is, he's all out. He knows his old friend Choo Choo always keeps his grease sprinklers well filled. He should have an extra that you can borrow. He stresses that you should come back as soon as you've retrieved the grease sprinkler. The Merc Puff is crunching bark by the minute. It's big enough to make waves beneath the surface, and that's a challenge in itself. But it also has a hard shell, so you need to target its head. Night gives you relief from the day. That's Punchy's place up in that little blimp. No better upgrade bench around. Nothing like light to brighten your day. You've reached the end of the line. Bet you can find Choo Choo here. Choo Choo knew you would make it to him one day. All you had to do was follow the steel path. The rails might be getting rusty, but eventually they all converge on him. Claims rails are like rules. If you follow them the way you're supposed to, everything good in life can roll your way. Says you followed the rails to where you need to be, but tracks have switches in them too. The question is then, will you keep on the same track or look for a way to hit that switch? You seem like you're on the right track already. He just hopes you don't get sidetracked onto a darker path. Whichever way you go, he wants you to know that the rails never steer you wrong. Stick to them, and they always bring you right to where you're meant to be. Wants to know if you've ever regretted taking one track in life instead of another. If you could go back, would you switch tracks or keep chugging along the one you're on? Thinks everyone has. No one's perfect every time. Seems like the world came out of its rut and is chugging toward higher ground again. Can't thank you enough for hitting the brakes and working to turn the world chug around. But let's not get derailed. Says he's surprised to see anyone this far out, but sometimes the wrong train does take you to the right station. As you can see, he didn't plan to make a stop here, but now that he had to, he's really happy to see you. He says his name is Choo Choo. He's been off track since the world started dying, but he's trained his mind to stay positive regardless of the situation. Figures that's true, but they can get you close enough to most things for most reasons. You can stumble along from there. He's convinced the tracks are like the paths our lives take, and you must deal with the outcome, even if you didn't lay them yourself. This time, though, he was sidetracked and needs a new wing nut to get back on track. Wing nuts are easy to find, as they're fitted on any in-front chugger out there. The challenge is taking them off, so he's happy you're here to do it for him. Says there's nothing to it, just don't let the chugger chug you down.
Getting darker around here by the minute.
There's still time. Dark hasn't won yet.
Oh, but it will, and we'll take our time to enjoy it.
Just like you to enjoy the end of everything.
Hey, even endings have to end.
Wheel the control box handles to buzz the wire. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Wired up and ready to go. Don't forget the past. Learn from it. The Wingnut Chug Tunnel. It goes on forever. Now that's loot. You'd think this place would be crawling with worms. Sunburnt. New smarts for you. The shadows are only getting longer. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Choo-Choo says he knew you'd come through. If someone makes a stop at your station, it's for a good reason. But he understands no one gets their tracks greased for free. He'd be happy to part with his spare grease sprinkler, as he believes it's a great fit for any of your business that needs to be unstuck. He keeps it safe in a box on the handcart, in case of emergency. Wants to keep it there in case of an emergency, but realized it's long overdue already. The world crumbling and all. Choo-Choo says you should help yourself to the grease sprinkler. It's a versatile tool from the bygone, a last of its kind, so don't let it go to waste. He's convinced you'll put it to good use, as there are lots of stuckies out there that need greasing to open. Seems glad you think so. You're on the right rail. Choo-Choo says he can't wait to get out of this place. Says you should take care. You shouldn't worry about bashing up the box. Choo-Choo has no use for it now. Choo-Choo says he feels strongly about helping his next, just like you did for him. He's convinced there was a bigger reason you met. Sometimes the wrong train will take you to the right place. He believes you've got what it takes to make a difference. He's witnessed it himself. Figures everyone chooses their own path. The longer you ride the rails, though, the easier it is to travel with friends. Choo-Choo's thrilled you found the Ark. Just imagine how much faster than a chug that thing must be, and no rails needed. Bets it could fly circles around any chug yard. Makes him dizzy to think about it. The world's on the mend, so no need to leave it. But just think of all the places the Ark could take you. Says he's happy to see the Ark in your hands. Knows you'll go great places with it and do some good.
Basato konto pa.
Wonders who you might call aboard the Ark with you.
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help your next. There's a seat open on the Ark should you want to offer it as a gesture of appreciation.
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself and me, of course, but I'm a part of you, so that doesn't count.
If you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. The only one we'd want to get away quickly from here is darkness.
But you can't go on without me. Even if I'm bad company, I complete you.
I think we can finally agree on something. It is better to be alone than in bad company. But best of all is being good company yourself.
Poto para malo.
After spending a life on the rails, he's eager to ride the skies with you. Just let him pack his rollerboard, and he'll roll aboard.
Para malo.
Choo Choo says he's ready to pack up and leave. Didn't have much else to say, so no problem. Wiz says that there's no plan to confront the Merkpuff until the octopod is properly armed.
Malo anja pambalaga. Darium abarkilando vieto.
He knows you'll need something that packs enough boom to put a dent in that shell, or better yet, head. Pyro sticks will do the trick.
Palam kachoy.
He says his old friend Boom makes all things that go bang.
Inya merikalo ala kantia.
There's a rumor that some of Boom's pyro sticks shot off and are out there roaming free. You should keep an eye on the horizon for pyros. If you're fast, you have a shot at catching some of them before they go off. Boom has named the place Puff Duff Bluff. It sounds silly, but it's an accurate description considering most of the pyros are duds, seeing as they're as old as the old world. Good luck picking out a path. That's a bang plant, where Toxanol used to make all sorts of splody things before it blew up in their faces. That looks like an unbanged pyro stick on the loose. Better catch it before it goes off. Wood scrap. The one kind of scrap you could actually still find growing. This land has never known winter. Seems like a peculiar item. The pyro sticks will cause a bang, but targeting is on you. At least now you have a chance to hurt the Merc Puff where it counts. You should aim for the head. That's the Merc Puff's weak spot. Thinking doesn't seem to be his strong point. Wiz has been working on another cannon, but instead of pyro sticks, it squirts guppos. Scaly distractions for anyone with an appetite disorder, and irresistible for the Merc Puff in particular. Seems the best way to find guppos is go talk to Gil. He has a natural sonar and knows where the guppos sub the surf. This means you'll have to go visit Gil at Burblebottom. Find Gil and he'll be able to tell you where to find the guppos. Tells you it's a sort of fish that's able to reproduce really fast, which is a real advantage when you're going for infinite ammunition. Feels like a river runs through you.
A bric-a-brac that's still standing. Find. Let's see. This is Burblebottom.
Must face with which...
Happy to finally get to meet you. He's seen a lot of things wash up on his miniature shore, but nothing as exciting as you. Figures it's impossible. As bad as the air might be, the goo is even worse. It must have been upstream only to get to this point in your histo-future. But which way are you going now? With the flow or against? It's crazy hard to flipper against the surf, but you can't save the world if you let it sweep you away. Either way, it's a shame the surf has gotten so nasty. Thinks life is like trying to ride a wave. You need to pick the right one, but you don't really know which one that is until you're on top of it. Better to ride a wave than let the perfect one pass you by. Seems to him that there's always another wave coming along. Can't imagine how wonderful it's going to be to surf on gooless goo. To live. Can't thank you enough for fighting against the goo. Happy you ride alongside the myriad. They bring a real shine to everything they work with.
Must face with which a state of mind.
Thinks that's an excellent point. Riding is life. Work is not nearly as fun.
A state of mind, how better.
But none of that's nearly as important as enjoying the day, right? He never drank from this pond because of the disgusting things done there. Even the fish stopped drinking here after the pollution made the surf mucked and the air blocked his gills. He figures the Tree of Life isn't drinking either. Or, well, that's not true. He said it does drink, as it has no other choice. It's a tree, but it's forced to drink poison. Figures you're right, but that doesn't mean he has to drink that. His friend Wiz needs guppos for one reason or another, and Gil is ready to point you in the right direction. But here, you're only going to find dead ones. He's pretty sure Wiz wants them alive. Well, at least the ones that aren't already rotting. If you head in the right direction, you'll find a clean enough bit of surf to snag yourself some guppos. Then you can get them as in mind. Helping both you and Wiz makes him double happy. Have to love another fresh start.
This is Guppy Grotto. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There's a lot more space down here than you would think. Definitely not open. Just a few moves left. Make them count. day is wasting. Time to get to it. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Keep your wits about you.
Gamuka.
That seems to be enough guppos to provide the octopod with infinite ammunition.
Mai kan patudam.
He's surprised the Merc Puff's been able to hold its breath all this time. The evolutionary change caused by Toxanol's contamination.
Velir nila jale.
Being undersurf has meant the Merc Puff has been left alone to munch on the root down there undisturbed.
Bamba tia bomba. Modam bamba ktiam.
This means the northwest route has suffered more damage than the others.
Modam bamba ktiam. Nan orobotayakya.
The marks the corporation left behind on the land are everywhere, but they also abandoned technology of which he's sure you only found a fraction.
Lafanen aginkanma polo matatil.
That was the last of them. You've sealed the fate of the tribe and the tree. It's time for the end game.
Mulekan frifgel.
You have your destiny. Follow it all the way back to Out of Date. He never told anyone about what's next, but he's sure it involves you.
Saramodokalo porote nat.
Just continue to stay true to yourself and respect others whatever happens. You've become their pride, the guiding light of the tribe.
Get out full of vasine habele.
It's time to return to the tree one last time. What do you think of this place?
Kobwa yak ba lo yualu.
Out of Date says the signs of the end of the world are everywhere. It seems nature is preparing to take revenge.
Maotoliawahu.
The day of reckoning is coming, and you are invited. He can feel you're approaching the end date.
Tuloya. Uto lula.
If you haven't decided whom of all like-minded, light-hearted beings you've met have earned a seat on the Ark yet, it's time to do that now.
Yuba toluwawa. Towawu.
Then grasp your last chance to make sure Lupa Lupin stopped for good. The tree settled its score, but it left yours half done.
Taimis loma toaha.
He says you need to see Lupa Lupin eye to eye one last time.
Far kobemako tofara titaba.
He's happy to help.
Kuzata ghetto.
Says you should take it easy. Night falls like a giant around here.
ne affirma catano sub prevere yonke.
The Sifu is seeking revenge too. He hasn't forgotten what Lupa Lupin did, but he also wants to stop him from attacking his tribe. That the world seems to survive doesn't mean he must. He hopes you agree, even if it goes against your light-hearted nature. There's no room for predators in the world the Myriad tribe is building. But he knows this is your fight. You should handle it. Lupa Lupin's own fear was his shackles, not the roots of the tree. It just changed him. You have a chance to stand back and let the tribe handle it. The Sifu is ready to step into the fray. Are the odds about to change in your favor? If a friend dies, something inside you dies. You can save the Sifu by making yourself a target. You're up. Shockwaves spread when the world crumbles. This is not a prophecy, me telling you about the future. It's you shaping it. Here's a vulgar display of power. more he does, the stronger he becomes. Remember who the real enemy is and stop playing the game his way. This is how it ends. The Predator and the world itself suffering. But at least it's a sign they're both still alive.
So, what we have here is a clear matter of life and death, and only you can make a difference.
You continue to make bad decisions and mistakes. Oh, it never ends.
It's easy to make a good decision when there's only one option. The only mistake here is you.
My mistake is letting you speak. My conviction is that the world would be a better place without your voice.
Convincing yourself doesn't win the argument. In the end, we won't remember the words of our enemies, but the silences of our friends.
The weak can't forgive. Forgiveness is a strength. It's not all life and death. It's no better time than now to accept a... Do you wonder what turn life might have taken if you'd done things different? A left when you went right? A yes when you said no? You've walked the thin line between survival and disaster and haven't lost your balance yet. It's because of you the Tree of Life and the world has been given a second chance. You carried the light in a world full of dark and made a difference in a place that needed change. You allied with the Myriad tribe and acted on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. However, light and dark does simply represent the polarities of life. One can't exist without the other. This isn't the end. Just being surrounded by nature as it heals itself will rejuvenate us. Nature will teach us how to survive. So, trust your conscience to show you the way, and everything else will follow. As foretold, you were destined to split the chains of this world. But you're not alone. The few that shared your perspective and gained your trust will accompany you on your journey. Is there a world out there that's better suited for those imbalanced in their light nature than this one? Whether or not, we'll leave your story on record, so those who come after will know you followed your light nature and saved the world. So, when all is said and done, it turned out to be an unusual ending after all. What could be better than ending the story the right way? Ending it your way, a beginning of something new. The darkness swallows everything at night.